And there we go. The microphone is on. Piggy, there's what you need right there on the screen. I figured I'd throw that up there just real quick. Anyway, welcome everyone. Yeah, I used a tin, a tin of them this week. Okay, wow. Well, there you go. You got some more if you need it. And it's odorless. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. What is it? Happy Tuesday. And I was thinking of having tacos today. Darn it. I shouldn't have brought lunch to work. Anyway, welcome you guys, and glad to have you all on board. It is Tuesday, the 27th of June 2023. And welcome to everyone. Thank you for the hellos from Sue and Yvonne and Piggy, of course. It's Wednesday for you, Yvonne. Yes. Paul Williams throws in a super chat as well here. Paul, thank you very kindly for that. And we'll get that written down, Williams. And thank you for the £3. That's awesome. Also want to say a big thank you to Piggy for her super chat for £2. And I hope that spider spray helps. The darn taco place didn't open here this year. Uh-oh. That's no good, Piggy. You know, we gotta come up with something. Some kind of franchise that sells tacos and Icelandic hot dogs. Oh, I'd be just happy with that, you guys. Anyway, welcome to all of you. First off, we're going to say welcome to our moderators. I did see Arizona Snowman. He snuck in. He was the first person in today. I gave him a stack of cookies, and he was good. And he was here, but the real first person, well, because mods don't count, first person in today was that Dan guy, and Dan made it in and gets the cookies. So there you go, Dan. Anyway, welcome to the moderators, Arizona Snowman, and our wonderful Piggy, who is having some spider problems or issues or problems. Pardon me. And if the spider is big enough to throw the shoe back, yeah, you got a problem. Instead of a raid, Piggy, I think you might want to invest in a shovel or a huge splatter tool, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, we ain't good enough. LOL. What do you mean you ain't good enough? You are good enough. You are a good person. Flamethrowers? No, Henry. No. Flamethrowers are not so good. Piggy, never give up the dream of eating tacos. Yep. Yeah, Piggy, don't give that up. That is something that, you know, I think no matter what, it's going to come to reality. I might get my mate to spray. Ah, okay. Well, you got to do something. You know, at least if you can put up some kind of a perimeter spray around the windows and the doors, anything that has an opening, that might help keep them out. And if they smell it, a couple of lines of that stuff, they'll head off the other way. So that might be something to consider as well. Anyway, let's get at things. We got Dan the cookies. We got the hellos to our moderators, of course, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow at Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles, and C&D Boy. I should not forget him. So there they are. I got them all, and Piggy should be happy now. I also see what? Oh, Yvonne, I know what you are saying. I want one too. I wish I could just go there and get one. Pig and thing made me hurt myself jumping out of bed. Uh-oh, Piggy, you got to learn to slow down. You know, it is what it is, but got to be careful with those things. And got to be careful with yourself more so, I think. I don't know which is going to be the worst one, the spider or what you end up doing to yourself. I want an Icelandic hot dog too, says Sharon Stewart. Yeah, if you seen the size of it, you would have run. Yeah, I'm sure I would have. Anyway, let's get at business though. What you're seeing on the screen, of course, is some canned lava. And that was from, of course, the first day of the eruption back on June 7th. And this was a few hours after that eruption. I figured I'd open a new can here so you guys can enjoy watching that for a little bit today. It's not a very large file. I think I only recorded about an hour and a half out of this. No, hour and 52 minutes, sorry. And that's what I've got on this one. So it's not a bad view. Fresh can of lava. Ooh, yep, it is. It looks nice. And, you know, I like seeing the lava bubbling up and doing its thing. Also, I wanted to mention that I did get a nice secret volcano photo. And that is this one. And yes, it is going to be a tough guess today. It is going to be a very, very tough volcano to try to guess. And I know you guys are looking at it going, I know that volcano. No, you don't. And that is, it's going to be a hard one. Anyway, we'll leave that for later. And we'll leave that on here. And I'll get at saying hello to everyone in half a sec. I do need to get a drink of Pepsi here and clear my throat. Be right back. Hang on. Okay, I think I got that kind of sort of fixed. It didn't really work. Anyway, let's start out by saying hello to Yvonne Kunkel, of course, and Alba Girl and Dan, who got the cookies. And of course, we've got our moderators in here, Piggy. And I hope you get your friend over there and call him and get him over, and Piggy. Get rid of those things, and that'll help you. And welcome to Sharon Stewart and Alba Girl and Sue Hayes. Welcome. And let's see. We got Dan, we got Yvonne. Going up further. Who else we got? Paul Williams, of course. And thanks for that wonderful super chat, Paul. Also, Henry Nelson is in here. Sharon Stewart is on board. And who else we got? Tom Dice also here. And who else we got? Kevin Williams, welcome. Still strolling upward, looking for other wonderful names. Did I say Henry? I hope I did. And going up a little further, Kananaskis country is here. Welcome, KC. And still scrolling, looking to see who else snuck in here. Lots of people chatting. I said Kevin. Oh, we got Kevin Williams and Paul Williams. So don't confuse the two. They're both Williamses. The Toad. Okay. Be by early in the morning to take care of those spiders. Uh-oh, the Toad is coming. Watch out, Piggy. Let's see, and what else we got? Let's see, who else? Linda Schoof, of course, in and out, sneaking in and sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, doing her thing. And let's see, who else we got in here? Dennis Ray is also on board. He's also in the Lurkers Lounge, aka Workers Lounge. Let's see, who else we got in here? I think I'm just about to the top. And let's see, who else? If I missed you, of course, I didn't mean to. But who else is in here? Still scrolling a little bit. All right, to the very top, I don't see anyone else there. I see Brian, Perfectibility 999, also popped in. And who else? One Fish 26, welcome. And who else? Scott Hartman, I missed. Welcome. Robert Frary, also here. And I think we're good for now. If I did not say your name or say hi to you, it wasn't intentional. I try to say hi to everyone, and I think it's a more personable thing when I do that. It's kind of important, you know, to acknowledge you for being here, and thank you guys. Anyway, looking at that lovely lava on the screen, of course, that is absolutely beautiful and wonderful, and I hope you are enjoying that view with a slightly fresh can of lava, and a little bit different than the other stuff that we've had, and I hope that's okay. I kind of like that, with that multiple vents bubbling up heavy duty lava really, really quickly, and Von Kunkel definitely likes it. All right, and that is awesome. Okay, so let's leave this be, though. We want to get over to the Hawaii of now, and we'll take a look and see what is happening. And honestly, nothing really major is happening there. We'll pause that lava, and we'll make that go away for right now, and we'll make that little banner go away. There we go. So yeah, they just panned over, and we are seeing that southwest corner there. Nothing new. Our cat still has ears, apparently, and it does kind of now look like a fat cat with a couple eyes, ears, the snout in the middle, and front legs. So, yep, it's a cat sitting there, and that's Henry's cat. So Henry gets the cat. Let's see. Internet down. Be back later. All right, no worries, Dan. You take care and stay safe. Looking at the craters, though, or looking at Helma Umu crater in general, it's got like little mini sub-craters in here as well. Kind of not seeing anything new over at the West Lava Pond. Still seeing that smoker here, and of course around that main vent in the middle, we do still see some smoke and some steam off on the other sides here. Nothing spectacular, and off in the distance when it pans back over to the other side, we do still see some smoke up in the top, or steam coming out of the hillsides. This, apparently a lot of this is, there is steam there, but this is also kind of a lighter colored material, chalk-like, looking like it's a kind of a burnt ashy type of stuff. So that's what we're seeing over there. It's not all steam, but there is some steam mixed in there. Let's go to the still shots. I'm going to refresh this one. That was yesterday's still, and we'll see what it looks like and now. And yeah, it looks a little bit different. Seeing, I don't know if it's just the way the light is hitting it, but we are definitely seeing some lighter gray material as this stuff kind of, I don't know if that is not wet or something, or if it's obviously the edges look a lot darker. So I'm kind of, maybe Yvonne knows what's going on. A kitty at Kilauea? Yeah. Oh, you didn't see the kitty at the Kilauea? Let's see if when they pan back over, pay attention to the southeast cone. You can see it. There's the ears, there's the eyes, there's the nose, there's the front legs, and it's the round fluffy body. You can see it there. That is our kitty. And it's got the big back end of a fluffy body. Wasn't at work for a few days. Okay, well, there you go. Now you know where the kitty is. It's over there. Anyway, let's leave that one be. And we'll go to the B1 camera shot and see what we've got in there. And we can't see off in the distance too much cloud, so we will just look in the foreground at Halima crater, and we are not seeing all that much. Still some smoke in places. Well, now we see smoke over here. Normally it was coming from this side, so something weird going on in that shot. I don't know what exactly it is. We'll leave that be though. Let's go to the thermal. We'll redo that one real quick so we get up to date for today. That is the thermal image. You can definitely see the old West lava pond in there, and really nothing new. We are still seeing these lighter breaks that we see here with emanating some heat. Really, I'm not sure about the rest of it, what we're going to see, and that is okay. So that is where we're leaving Hawaii, and we'll head on over to Iceland next. And let's see if I can find Iceland. I know it's here somewhere. Yeah, I know it's in the Atlantic, up in the northern area. Okay, I'm looking there, and I found it. All right, so this, of course, the capital city of Reykjavik. It is 23:22 or 11:22 p.m. They are getting some rain. Let's go back about 10 hours and see what the day kind of looked like. Maybe it was better back earlier. And let's see what we got here. 13:21 or 1:21 in the afternoon. Yep, definitely looks a lot better. No rain at that point in time, at least. It doesn't look like it was raining. Still dry on the glass here. And this, of course, is we're on top of the Perlin Center in the city of Reykjavik, capital city. And not a bad looking shot, but we know that right now it is raining. Let's take a look at the other shots here. This is also from the Perlin Center, and that is the regional airport. You can definitely tell that runway is wet. Let's go back about 10 hours and see what that looked like, or pretty close to 10 hours. And there we go. We do see Kilauea off in the distance, and the regional airport. Everything looks green, but not so bluish up in the sky. So hopefully that will improve for tomorrow. They'll get nicer weather, maybe. I hope. Anyway, let's put that back on live. We're going to make that smaller and go to the next one. This one, of course, is right now. This is the Reykjanes Peninsula down by the lighthouse. This road here, if you're looking at the maps, you can see that road that goes right to the lighthouse, and then there's kind of a roundabout just beyond it. So pretty cool. We definitely see the steam geyser doing its thing here, and that steam is heading out towards the ocean real quick. We can also see some steam in the distance here from the Blue Lagoon, also moving out towards the ocean. Unfortunately, because of that steam and the hazy conditions, we are unable to see the town of Reykjavik, or sorry, Grindavik, my bad. The town of Grindavik, which should be right about there. We do have the geothermal power plant there, though. The other one, of course, over there where the Blue Lagoon is. So that's all cool. Let's back this up about 10 hours. See if they had a reasonable day out there on the peninsula. And let's, come on, hurry up. There we go. All right, so, yep, a steam geyser. You can actually see some of the buildings off in the distance for Grindavik. And then over there, the very top part of Ragnar, right there, that rise. So that's what we got, and of course a Blue Lagoon again over there, and the geothermal power plant. All good, looks pretty nice there. Not overly windy, so it would be a nice day to maybe have a peek at things. And let's go over to the next one. That is Katla. We'll see how it looks. Well, right now, not the best, and I'm surprised there's still people here at 23, what is it? 23, 26 So 11:26 p.m. Yeah, that's kind of odd to see people still there. That's different. But anyway, let's go back. I was going to say go back 10 hours, but that is not going to work. They had some rain and some poor conditions there. I'm going back about 4 hours and 50 minutes. And that is about the best view we've got out of the situation. You can see how that camera is shaking. A lot of wind blowing across there. And definitely no go on visibility. So we'll leave that there. And let's see, we'll put it back to live. We know we're not going to see it today. And we'll make that one smaller. Try on this one. I doubt very much that we're going to see anything reasonable. Yeah, that's what I thought. And we have a fog, or fog. No, fog. That's just fog. Clouds. And that is all okay. Let's put it back on here. And we'll get us over to the harmonic tremor charts and see what we've got cooking. And I'm going to refresh this and see where we're at. Okay, so there we go. Seeing what's happening here. It's kind of up and then down a bit and then up and probably down a bit again as far as our magmatic issues, and that is what we're seeing right in here. So a chart going up though, that is kind of positive. This is not tectonic, sorry, seismic. Yeah, seismic activity on the rise as we see it here. Also seeing a slight rise in the line for our tectonic, but that, I don't know if that's a drop or just another spike going to develop here. We'll see what happens. We do have some larger quakes in there somewhere. You know, that'll be one or two, or it could be a quake sitting right on top of the sensor. We don't know. Anyway, that is Fragedalfjall. That's, of course, where Ragnar and Siggy Fisher are. And that is pretty awesome. And we will carry on. Let's see. Grandma B is here? Of course she is. Grandma B is always here. She's a fine person. Everyone should have a Grandma B. And there we see what Askia is doing, and that is a little bit different again. So we are seeing a tremendous increase in our magmatic stuff, but we did see some kind of a real weird drop here in the seismicity, and that has kind of leveled itself out. Not sure if how much of a drop it really affected tectonically, but we do see a few little quakes in here as well, so tectonics look okay. As far as the magmatic, well, if it keeps going up, we're happy, right? If all of them went up, then be happy too. Anyway, let's get over 2 minutes, thanks. I got actually less than 2 minutes, I think. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick look here at Grimsey, if that sensor is working again. And if not, we'll just carry on. Oh, Grimsey is working. Just as somebody kicked the sensor, you can see the seismic shock right there. I have no idea what's going on there. We gotta wait till they show a little more data. So that is all good. And we'll do Grindavik real quick, and then we're going. Actually, we'll finish this. Anyway, up and down and up, and it looks like it's heading back down, same as Fragedalfjall. Of course, Grindavik to the southwest of Fragedalfjall. We are seeing the seismicity, kind of a steady climb up and then holding level, and we were fairly quiet, and we do see that one spike in there, but we also see this same thing as the previous days. Every time we have something in the middle there, it's on a work day. This is not a work day. This would have been Sunday. Notice there's nothing there. Then Monday they come to work. Tuesday they come to work. We see that they're making noise, and we'll finish this real quick. That was Grindavik. This is going to be Krisavik, and then we'll take a break. And where is it? Pacific. There we go. Almost identical as far as the magmatic and the seismicity. This one looked like it picked up slightly higher. I do see that quake is off the chart on this one. Probably closer to this location than it is to the other ones. But it does look like our tectonic action is on the downward swing, but we see it trying to come back up. We'll see what happens in the future. All right, time for me to take a Pepsi break. Let's see. I'm trying to get this back to Philadelphia real quick, and then I will go for a break. So those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be really awesome. And of course, we are always trying to grow the stream. So thanks for being here, and stick around. A lot more to come. Of course, what you've got on the screen right now is Helima crater, which is Kilauea, there on the big island of Hawaii, in the state of Hawaii, in the middle of the big blue Pacific. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Here comes some music. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Who is Dr. Fox? I have forgotten. They have been going too long. Uh-oh, Piggy. I'm sorry that you forgot. Stick another ice cream cone on Dr. Fox's forehead. Still not what said hi to the wonky donkey, just to make him look like, oh no, I don't want to be a uni fox. Uni foxes don't work there, Mr. Wonky Donkey. and welcome there, Trev. I seen you there sneaking around. Thank you for the welcome backs from Scott and Sue and Paul and Albergirl and Kananaskis Country. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Henry. And good night to Yvonne Kunkel. Rest well, get some sleep, and be good. And let us know if something happens once you do get back to work. That'd be awesome. And I think we got everyone else. All right, no unifoxes. Where's mine? Yeah, the ice cream. Of course, you got to get Piggy an ice cream cone, or a unicorn horn on her forehead. A poor donkey stuffed in Henry's fridge. Oh my God, what's going to happen next? I don't want to know. Yeah, if I don't know how you're going to turn the light on in there, Trev. That is pretty bad. Oh boy, there comes the unicorns. All right, so yeah, no worries. Let's get on to other good things. We won't worry about unicorns. We don't even have Quackers here today. I'm surprised he hasn't shown up yet. I'm sure he will. I'll probably have to put a cookie out during the break or something and see if Quackers will come back from wherever he is. Anyway, beautiful video on the screen though from Helima crater from June 7th at 5:57 a.m. Yeah, Quackers isn't here. No, he's. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere. He's probably out shopping or something, or he found himself a duck pond. I don't know for sure, but poor Quackery. We knew him well. Yeah, Quacker. Despite yay. Yeah, a respite. And yeah, that's he's doing something. I have no idea. I guess they need water to paddle around in or something. But anyway, let's leave our wonderful canned lava. We're going to stop that, and we'll pause it right there. And we'll get over to our next thing. We had a look at the rumble chart for Iceland. I think the next thing to take a peek at is our earthquakes. Crayon flavored ice cream. That is always nice. Anyway, there we go. We can see 91 quakes in the last 24 hours. And of course, as soon as you look at the map, the big one always stands out. And that's a 3.62 at 144 meters down, 7:42 a.m. over there at Katla. That is likely a whole big chunk of ice moving a bit and causing some noise. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's go zoom in a little bit. Well, actually, we got one way out here. It's a 1.3, really far out from the Reykjanes Peninsula, and that is 7.3. Yeah, 7.3 kilometers down from 16:46 is the time on that. Zooming back in a little bit and just giving you the general lowdown. There's Reykjavik, the capital city, and of course we were looking at the camera views from right here, and of course that will show this area as well as the regional airport, and that is of course the Perlin Center right there. You can see it, pretty awesome, and the roof up on the top there. kind of shows you where things are. Anyway, that's kind of the capital city. If you go down here a little bit more, you see Keflavik Airport, the large airport there. Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik, and of course if we slide over there, you can see the wonderful town of Grindavik. And over there is the Blue Lagoon and the power plant that runs that water there. And let's leave that be though. We'll get back out here. We got that one way out already. Let's start with this one. 1.45, 135 meters down, not very deep, 33 minutes after midnight. This is a 0.9, 4.1 clicks down from 3:07 this morning. Now let's zoom in a little bit. You know, if ever I seen a swarm that would be magma intrusion, that might be something like this. You don't know. 1.12 from 6.5 clicks down, 19 minutes after midnight. And next one over a 1.09, 6.9 kilometers down, 6 minutes after midnight. Zooming in a little bit, there's one behind it. A 0.21, 1.8 kilometers down, 57 minutes after midnight. 0.23, 7 kilometers down from 15 minutes after 2 a.m. This one was from 6:33 in the morning, 0.1, 5.2 clicks down. Next one, 0.81, 6.4 kilometers down. I came in at 51 minutes after midnight. We got that 0.23, 7 clicks down. Yep, we got them. This one, 2:13 a.m., 0.37, 6.6 kilometers down. 0.4, 6.5 kilometers down, 2:15 a.m. And the list goes on and on and on. I'm just going to hunt and peck for a few little guys here. 21 minutes after midnight, 1.15, 6.7 kilometers down. We've got a 0.46, 5.9 clicks down, 29 minutes after midnight. Something definitely happened just after midnight. 6 minutes after midnight, a 1.43, 6.7 kilometers down. This 1.3, 5.6 clicks down, 19 minutes after midnight. This one over here, 0.8, 6.9 kilometers down, 1:10 was the time on that. This one is a 1.02, 5.7 kilometers down, 23:52 yesterday. Okay, so a day old, but that is what we've got. And boy, what the heck is going on here? I'm seeing flowers and things flying up, and hearts. I'm just not quite understanding where that came from. All right, let's leave that guy be. We got a 0.5, 4.6 clicks down, 12:04 is the time on that one. And saving it for later. Okay. This one, 0.7, 4.9 kilometers down, 23:56 yesterday. And of course, there's that road, that turn off, and the road that we kind of point to. There's the lighthouse, and there's a roundabout down on the bottom so you can get back. But that is the lighthouse right there, so you can definitely see where the photos are coming from, or the video. Anyway, they had that 0.5 for 4.6 kilometers down for 4 minutes after 12. This one is a 0.62, 6.1 kilometers down, 1:10 this morning. This one is from 22:50, a 0.3, 6 kilometers down. Moving over, we see over here near the Blue Lagoon, a 0.27, 3.7 kilometers down, 7:47 was the time on that. This outline here, of course, is our Fagradalfjall area in the middle here. You can see this triangle is the location of Ragnar, and this is the Siggy Fissure, and of course that is Meridalier. This is Geldingadarler, the valleys, Not Hagi and Not Kriki over here on this side. So that is what we've got. Anyway, nothing else in between, nothing at Krusavik. Moving on, we see a 0.85, 5.09 kilometers down, 137 for that one. And this one is a 0.8, 6.1 clicks down, a 1940. what is it? A 0.4, 3 minutes after midnight, 4.6 clicks down for him. And let's see what we got in here. A 0.8, 7.5 kilometers down, 9:04 a.m. Next one is from a 22:02 up 1.1, 8.2 kilometers down. Let's grab these two up here and we'll see what those are doing. A 1.67 in magnitude from a 1327, 421 meters down. There's another couple underneath there. We see a brand new up 1.5, 3 kilometers down from a 2310. And the next one is from 56 minutes after midnight, a 2.16 at a depth of 414 meters. So something happening at Hafjok. What is it? Hafjokkult? Yeah, Hafjokkult. There we go. And looking at my time, we're good yet. But I do need a drink of Pepsi. Hang on. Okay, so got that fixed up and needed that Pepsi. Let's take a look at the Katla region, and I guess just in between we got the two areas here. Of course, Eyjafjallajökull down here, and to the north of that we have a 1.1, 5.2 kilometers down from 2018. There was another straggler up here, a 1.4, 5.1 kilometers down from 5:14 this morning. Looking at the rest of what we've got at Katla, and we'll take a look at the top ones first. A 1.3, 5.2 clicks down from 1828. 0.4 from 8:49 a.m., 7.1 kilometers down. Next one is a 1.29, 7.1 clicks down at 8:16. Those are definitely not in the ice. We have a 1.1 kilometer down from a 11:21, and there's enough ones in there to mess you up. We'll get the stuff on the outskirts. First year, 1355, a 1.1, 5.2 kilometers down, and this one from a 2121, a 0.1, a 2.5 clicks down. And zooming in a little bit, we'll get some of these other ones. A 0.3, 3.3 clicks down from 7:45, 0.45, 135 meters down, 8:01 a.m. This one is a 0.98, 135 meters down, 7:54. This one from 7:52, a 1.26, also 135 meters down. A 0.1, 100 meters down from 9:02. We've got a 0.8, 1.1 kilometer down at 8:48. And next one over is a 0.68, 135 meters down from 8:27. Then we've got a 0.7, 1.1 clicks down, 7:44. 1.37 right beside it. I don't know if it's going to show up. There we go. And that is 135 meters down, 7:48. Then we've got a 0.84, again 135 meters down, 7:47 is the time on it. 1.44, 135 meters down, 7:44. 1.56, 135 meters down, and that is 7:50 a.m. This 1.1 is 1.1 kilometers down, 5:28 this morning. And this one is a 1.02, 135 meters down from 7:53. That is pretty much all of those quakes. We got that little one already. We'll leave those be, and we'll move up a little bit further north. I do see a very small 0.1 over here, and that is from 4.2 clicks down, 6:46 this morning. And seeing these ones here, this is near Bardabunga, and that is 1.4 kilometers down, 2.9, It's a 1.4 in magnitude, 2.9 kilometers down. We'll get it right. 5:14 this morning for him. We already got that. A stack at Hof's Yokel. There we go. Something like that. I'll have to try and practice that one. 0.5 out here at Askia. That's a 5.9 kilometers down. And that came in at 12:32. Piggy throws in a 5-minute warning. Thank you for that wonderful super chat, Piggy. And I appreciate that. Piggy, I'm writing that down. And very kind of you to do that. And there we go. 5-minute warning. Sorry that you're still not doing as well as you could be. I hope things get better for you, Piggy. And yeah, I hate seeing anyone in pain. It's just not good. Anyway, 12:32 for that 0.5. Let's move up a little bit further and see if we can finish this in 5 minutes. 0.5, 4.3 clicks down, 20:29 for him. Next one is a 1.6, 10 kilometers down from 13:45. 1 in magnitude, 8.6 kilometers down from 12:43. 0.9, 1.1 kilometers down from 39 minutes after 12. 0.8, 4 kilometers down, 2100. This one is from 10:07, a magnitude 0.1, 2.4 kilometers down. And then we got a 0.2, 2.4 kilometers down from 947. And this other one is from 950, a 0.5, 10.4 kilometers down. And let's get out into the water and see what we got there. 0.8, 5.3 kilometers down. 23:25 is the time on that one. The 1.1, 11 kilometers down from 18:45. And the next one is a 0.8, 8.2 kilometers down from 21 minutes after 2200 or 10 p.m. And that is it for our quakes there in our wonderful Iceland. So yeah, the fact that we've got such a large swarm here, I really don't know. Are we going to see, is that in fact magma intrusion or something? We've watched it. It was swarming up here before. Now it seems to be down here. Let's see what happens. Does it migrate back and towards the north or up the peninsula? And if it does, we may be seeing some magma movement of some sort. Just like Athens, too busy for me. Yeah, Athens is a big city. Yep. Didn't do what that then moved back to Siggy last time. Well, yeah, it moved around to a bunch of different places. I'm not sure what's going to happen yet, Henry. We're just going to have to keep an eye on it. That's all I can say. It would be nice to see another eruption right there at, in Maridalia Valley, or even right around the old Ragnar area, maybe out here in Geldingadarler. Any of one of those places, I would love to see it, even if it's a little bit further on this side. And I think it'd still be pretty cool. Although, I wouldn't mind it right here in Geldingadarler, just a little ways over from Ragnar in that low spot. And that would be right there. Be an awesome thing. Anyway, I'm going to get ready to go for a break here, you guys. So I'm going to put this canned lava back on. We'll be back there, end of the season for Nagy to be done. Ah, yes. Okay. Anyway, what you're seeing on screen is, of course, our wonderful Helima crater. And that is in Hawaii. That is Kilauea. And that is on the big island of Hawaii. And of course, doing its thing. This is from the 7th of June when it first erupted. about, I'd say about 3 hours. Well, no, 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours after that primary eruption that happened. So pretty awesome to see that. Anyway, I'm going to leave that on. And for all those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel and are sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, please give that a bop as well. That'd be really awesome. On those friendly notes, I'll let you know we'll have bacon seeds when we get back from the break, as well as we will look at that secret volcano. And I know that is going to be a tough one today. It is a real tough one. Anyway, on those notes, keep smiling, be happy, play nice on the lava. I am going to put some music on, and I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. go. I've got the microphone back on. Too bad, Henry, that you couldn't get a picture. Darn it. That would have been good. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. And I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, on screen, you're seeing Helima crater on June 7th, a couple of hours after it started erupting. Thank you for the welcome backs, and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, as well as thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Henry. And did I miss anyone else in there? No, they're all still on break, apparently. All right, it is bacon seed time. Thank you, Scott, for the welcome back. Let's get over to bacon seeds. And of course, we left off with this guy, I think, from yesterday. And still don't know what he was eating, but whatever it was good. He liked it. Let's carry on, and we will get, thanks, Paul Williams as well. And yeah, this little guy, I mean, obviously he's enjoying whatever they're feeding him. And he can barely contain himself. Yummy, yummy. Yeah. Anyway. Yep. You wouldn't be there if it was bad. Let's get on with it, though. And we'll see what our wonderful Piggy has sent us today. And hats off to Piggy for sticking with it. And, hang on. Hats on, maybe? Ooh, Scott Hartman gifted one membership. Scott, thank you very kindly. And just writing that down, Hartman. And we got gifted one. And congratulations to Adele51 for getting that. That is pretty awesome. And welcome to Judy M, who just popped in. I won't be able to stay. Storm is coming through. Uh-oh. Well, we're doing bacon seeds, so stay as long as you can, Judy. And here we go. Here's our next one. And that is another wonderful Piggy with a hat. And that looks like it's got an extension snorkel snout bopper. And that must be a special kind. Anyway, let's carry on to the next bacon seed and see what we got. Another hat. Okay. I think we're seeing a theme here. It must be the hat theme. And so far we've got a hat trick. Let's see if we go, what's the next thing after a hat trick? I have no idea. I can't remember. Let's see what else we got. Oh, we got this one. Very nice and flowery. And enjoying the day. Obviously, nice hat. What did a wonky donkey just say? Oh boy. Yeah, let's wonky donkey. Let's try to keep it a little bit more to the civil side. Next one is this guy. Of course, he's the lifeguard over at the pool, and he's doing all right. I see, and they are perhaps getting ready for a game. If you look in the back, you can see that basketball hoop. Must be a water polo or water soccer or something. Next one is this one, and that's another hat creature. And definitely looking pretty white and pink. I don't know what kind of hat that is, but that is all right. And next one is this one, and I guess Piggy likes this one from what she said last time. We did see this picture before, but I don't mind looking at this one again. He looks kind of interesting with his ears sticking out of that hat. Looks awesome. Sherlock Holmes hat. Yep, something like that, Brian, I would think. Let's have a look at our next bacon seed. And, he's out minding his fence line. And boy, oh boy, he's definitely a farmer with his wonderful Texan style cowboy hat. And that is awesome. A Tex. Yep. There you go, Henry. And the next one is, I'm going to do some magic, I think. I don't know if that's a magic pig or not, but he's got a nice hat. I want his hat. This, the magic one, Piggy, or the one just before? Or you want Texas? Hats, what? Heads off to the naughty corner. Yeah, wonky. Yeah, be nice. The one before? This one here, the cowboy hat. That is, yep, and that is something you'd see happening there in Texas for sure. But I like it. Yeah, it's neat. It suits him or her. I'm assuming it's a him, but it's a Stetson. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, go for it. And I want a magic hat. All right, let's get to our last bacon seed for today. And that is this one. Okay, and that is a nice looking pig. He looks cute with that hat on. And you gotta admit that smile and the hat and the bright eyes, and it is one of those things. So, yep, a Stetson is a hat maker. They have several styles. All right, Panama Piggy. Maybe, I think it could be. That is a pretty awesome shot, though. I like it. Yep, it definitely is one of those hats there from Panama area. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's get over and we will see our secret volcano. I know this one is going to be really tough. And let's park our canned lava here again. And that, of course, starts up automatically when we go back into that scene. But I wanted to put this on here. And we will do that. Okay. So, this is our secret volcano for today. And I know it's going to be tough. No, sorry, Piggy, it is not Kilauea. It is definitely not Kilauea. It's not Eruption. It's not the devil volcano. It's not Eruption. I knew people were going to sit there and say it's Eruption. Dr. Fox, I sent you my guess. Oh, I didn't see that yet. Let me take a look, Sue. Sue, I'm sorry. It is not. It's not that one. Sorry, Sue. It's what did she say it was? It's no, it's Niragongo. It's not Niragongo. But then again, okay, there's quite a few lava lakes that look similar. And yes, that is why I picked it. It is not Niragongo. It is not Chevalish. And I'm happy to say that. It's not Putrico. It's not Nayamuragira either. No, I'm sorry, it's not. No, it's not Poaz. No, sorry. This one is a tough one. I am not kidding when I said it's going to be a tough volcano to guess. And this is actually, it's actually a pretty good one. I had to look for something different, something that wasn't obvious. It's not Messiah. No, I'm sorry, Sue. That's a good guess. So it's not Messiah. It's not Mount Shasta. No, definitely not. And that's in Iceland, isn't it? Kananaskis country. I can't tell you where it is. That would be giving it away. But the answer is no. That's a hint, okay? It's not in Iceland. Wonky donkey. You got the name wrong. You got the name wrong, a wonky donkey. It's not a Mount Michel. This, I think you may be on the track there, wonky donkey. Perfectibility, Mount Michael. There you go. Congratulations to Perfectibility, saying Mount Michael. And there we go. And that is awesome. So let me, I'm just going to type Brian, it's faster. Brian, there we go, gets a stack of cookies for getting that out. And I see a whole bunch of 100% flying up. I have no idea on my screen, on the studio screen. I don't see what is really happening. But anyway, that's all good. So congratulations to our wonderful Brian, Perfectibility 999, for guessing that it is a Michael volcano. That, of course, is down in the South Sandwich Islands. We often talk about South Sandwich Islands earthquakes and the fact that Michael volcano is the active one down there. So we haven't ever shown it, and I think this is probably the first time that you've seen anything of it. And maybe I should feature it a little bit more in the future, just to give you guys a little bit of an idea what it actually looks like during the daylight and so on. There are some nice shots there on the internet that we can use for that. And Piggy, you know the donkey's just going to use that as another unicorn horn, and he might try to put that on somebody else. I don't want to be a uni fox, okay? That doesn't work. It's one of the 6 or 7 volcanoes that permanent lava lakes. Yeah, it's supposed to. It's supposed to be one of the ones that has a permanent lava lake. And I really don't know how much lava is in there. I hope, that we see a little bit more when I show some of the other photos and stuff. Okay, 20 after 3 a.m. Going to try to sleep. All right, Piggy, you be careful and make sure there's no spiders, and you get some rest, and have a very good night. And hopefully, things will calm down a little bit for you. So, good night, Piggy, and take care. All right, we'll see you tomorrow or in the morning or sometime. Don't grr at me. Just be happy. Okay. Get some sleep and hugs and all that. Good night, Piggy. Okay, so let's carry on to our next volcano stuff. Well, let's go take a look at what we got going on in the Azores. I really don't think we need to show much there. Yeah, pretty bad weather. We can barely see over there on the other side the lights of Pico Island, just a few spots there. This, of course, is we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge in Portuguese, and we can see one of the villages and the harbor all lit up down here. Next one is the shot that we always look at for waves. We've come here after midnight their time, so we're not going to see it. It looks like there was some white water there, but that's hard to tell from a nighttime shot like this. So we'll leave that alone. I'm going to check the map. Hey, we see 2 brand new quakes for today. And they say for Pico Island, but that's not really Pico Island. Or not, São Jorge Island. But that's not really São Jorge. And two definite and different sizes we had. Of course, let's zoom in here. Whoop. We'll zoom in a little bit and see if we can separate those. So a 3.1 from 1814, and it doesn't show depth, but it shows a shaker as a 4 for that area, and a 1.5 from 1841. So that could have been an aftershock, that 1.5. So that's pretty interesting to see them on this map. We haven't seen that for a while. Let's take a look. I'm going to refresh this one real quick and make it somewhat bigger. If we can do that, there we go. Get rid of the advertising over there. So, of course, well, we see there's a whole bunch of quakes out here. We'll start with this one. There's San Miguel, there's Terceira, the islands. We'll start with this one. 16 hours ago, 2.5 surface quake happened at 8:14 a.m. And then we just checked these two on the other map 6 hours ago. So 1.5, and that's 6:41 p.m. Their time. And the surface quake, as far as that is appearing, the other one is that 3.2, and that one is 5 kilometers down. That came in at 18:14. Next, we've got one from 16 hours ago, 2.0. 3.0 kilometers down from 8:03 a.m. And next one here, a 2.3, 5 kilometers down from 11:12. And next one is a 2.3 from 12:14, and it's a 1.2 kilometers down. Next one is a 2.3, 5 kilometers down from 29 minutes after midnight. And that's all GMT or UTC, however you like it. And 2.4 from 1 kilometer down from yesterday at today, sorry, that's fairly fresh, 21:30 is the time on that one. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. I'm going to zoom that map out so you can see where the Azores are located. And there you can see the Canary Islands down here. That's Morocco in here, Portugal, Spain, France, England, and Wales, and Scotland up there, and Ireland over here, and Newfoundland over there, and Nova Scotia right in here, and Sue, of course, waving at us from Cole Harbour. And there's PEI, and then New Brunswick, etc., etc. Sliding up there a little bit, we do see our wonderful Iceland up there, and of course Greenland doing its thing. And we'll leave that map be. I'm going to put it back there so I can find it in the future. The next volcano, of course, up for bids is our wonderful Popocatépetl. Popocatépetl is full of clouds today. It was really kind of variable weather for them. They had clouds coming in and out. Other times it was fairly clear. You've seen a consistent eruptive activity from the volcano. This, of course, at 5:23 their time in the evening, or 17:23 if you like the 24-hour clock. If you go back to pretty much any place that we checked, 16:53 an hour before that, still doing exactly the same. If you go back even further at 15:57, that's another hour earlier, still about the same output. And when we get a little further back, it's hard to make out what's coming out of the volcano because of the additional clouds. Moving along a little bit more, again, still the same problem from around 1:30 in the afternoon. Moving back a little bit more, it put us all the way to the end. Well, let's go all the way to the end, because there is a fairly nice plume that came out from 6:34 is what they're saying here, but 6:30ish is when it started. That's not bad. One thing I didn't see before here, this is really burnt. And I'm wondering when that happened, because I was trying to see if there was anything last night and did not see any issues. So big burn spot there. There must be some lava that got thrown out. Then during the course of the morning, it did behave a little bit more, a little less output, but it certainly wasn't done with whatever it was doing. It was just getting revved up. So there you can see that, and that happened pretty much all day long as it continued to put out all kinds of different amounts at different times. Anyway, that is what we've got there for our wonderful Popocatépetl, which is now in the clouds. Even on the 4-camera view, we don't see it very well, but we certainly did see it well this morning, and you can see it there. That is a pretty awesome shot to have all 4 cameras and the bee all at the same time. Pretty cool. And we'll leave that be. I'm going to put that one back on live, and we'll make this one smaller as well, and want to make that one smaller, and we'll go to the next one, and that is Fuego. And of course Fuego is not doing so well right now. It is partially in the clouds, and we see a little bit of a plume there, but nothing definitive. Prior to that, it was in the clouds till, well, early in the morning here. I seen it come out of the clouds for a little while. There it is. That is going back quite a ways, 7:34 a.m. That's what we were seeing back then. And difficult to see otherwise. But there is some off-gassing there. It's not throwing out as much of that really a dark gray matter that we normally see come out. It looks like it's just sitting on simmer right now. Let's return that back to live. It is a break time, you guys. How come we're buffering? We shouldn't be buffering. Wonky donkey, why are you buffering? I'm looking at my bit rates, and my bit rates are good. Dr. Fox, can you tell at Henry to let me out of the fridge? Henry, you want to let Wonky Donkey out? Yeah, he's having problems with the signal buffering in that fridge. Not very good coverage in there, apparently. All right, let's take a look at the other ones real quick. This is a Messiah volcano down in Nicaragua. You can definitely see the lava down here, and it looks pretty fresh and hot. This photo was from 8:02 a.m. their time, and let's see what we got here. This is now from 1920, and it looks like we have an increase in lava or lava inside that cone. Not 100% sure. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning. And it is time for me to have a break, but I just figured we'll go through these real quick. This is a Rincon de la Vieja. Unfortunately, you can just see the edge of that caldera, and lots of cloud in there, so not the best visibility. Next one, of course, moving a little further south down to our wonderful Chile, and you can have a quick peek at Lascar volcano. We do see some gas kind of off-gassing here and laying low, seeing it float off, so that is pretty cool. And we'll leave that one. We'll go to this one, Laguna del Mole, and there we go. We see quite a bit of snow. Looks like they got a bunch of fresh snow in that area, and this of course is early evening, so that is what they've got there, and we'll leave that one be. And we are not seeing anything of Villarrica. We've seen a bird fly by, but nothing else. Lots of a cloud there as it goes into the darkness. Okay, so that is it for our volcanoes there in North and South America. It is time for me to go and take a break. Put you back on some wonderful canned lava from Hawaii. And that is, of course, archive footage from the 7th of June. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please consider hitting it real quick. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Gonna go take a break and relax my voice. Don't go away. More to come. Thank you. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, well, One Fish 26, you are absolutely right. That was Quackers. Quackers moved in during the last rainstorms. I have no idea where he's been hiding, but he's here somewhere. And he pops in every once in a while. I have no idea where he's staying and all that. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Ken and Askus Country. Glad to have everyone on board here. And thank you, Dan, as well. Wonky Donkey, it's time to hit the hay. Good night, everyone. Yep, make sure you put those covers on there, Wonky Donkey. Warm up a little bit. I know that cold fridge is bad. And thank you, One Fish 26, for the welcome back. And anyway, let's continue on with what we were doing. We didn't quite finish South America. We wanted to do one more file there. And of course, that is a report on Ubanas, a volcano in Peru. Intermittent ash emissions continue. And this, of course, is showing you the height of the plumes. And there you can see what's going on. So, yeah, we can see that up to 3,280 feet is that line. So you can well imagine that we're slightly up there, about 3,300, 3,400 feet for the top of how far that plume is going upward. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. No? Okay. That's long enough. I can't hold that note that long. Oh boy, that is troublesome. All right, so IGP, of course, is what they call themselves over there, and the explosive eruption of the volcano continues from the summit crater. Ash advisory, Buenos Aires reported occasional ash emissions generated to an estimated 20,000 to 23,000 feet, or 6,100 to 67 or 6,100 to 7,000 meters in altitude in northward direction or northwest direction. So pretty awesome to see that shot. If I make it a small, it kind of makes it look a little different, but hey, we just want to look at it and see it. So that is pretty awesome. That shot, of course, from the 26 at 10:08 a.m. according to them. So pretty cool, and that is awesome to see on there. Gonna put that one back on here. Let's go over and see what our next one is doing, and that is Merapi. Will Merapi make us happy? I have no idea. A slightly different camera view or angle of light this morning from there, 7:42 a.m. We do see the smoke and plume going off in the other direction, which is not good for us. We don't get to see lava, and we do see it there. That's what they had set up. I'm going back a little bit. We do see some phoenix clouds here from some of that material that had rolled down the hill, and obviously it had been active. Let's back up just a little bit and see what we can spot in here. Yeah, I'm not seeing a heck of a lot, and that is the onslaught of that eruption. We do see a lot of smoke being emanated, and perhaps a little bit of a lava flow. There we can see it. Little bacon bits going down the hill. So from this angle, unfortunately, very poor for all the other cameras. And this seems to be the only one that's actually working. We do see the lava moving down the hill there. And yeah, it's a bacon and it's hiding. And I hate when a bacon hides like that. Not much we can do about it. We do have one here where we have a lot more bacon. and that was this one. I'm just going to see if I can push it ahead a little bit. There's the burst, and you can see that is another burst that it had down here, as it generates quite a bit of material, and that does flow down the hill. You can watch it a little bit easier as it's a higher volume, and of course again creating that phoenix cloud in there. So pretty cool. If we see that one a little bit closer up, just so you can see that, and that is not a bad shot, except for it'd be nice to see it dead on, right? This is a side view. Better than nothing though, and nice to see the lava heading down the hill. So yep, nice little bacon bits going down. I wish we could see it better, but hey, we'll take what we got, and you can see a fair amount of lava moving down that side of the mountain. Of course, we know that it can travel well beyond that 2 kilometer mark. Average output is usually around 1 kilometer, or maybe just a tad bit more than that. And of course, it's built up quite a bit of that mountain. The valley that it was, or I should say the ravine that it had, has been totally filled up with the effusive lava, and most of that lava is now riding over top, which is pretty cool. Anyway, let's see what else we can spot real quick here, and that was at 1:28 a.m. and I'm just looking to see if we can spot anything else that was reasonable in between the cloud work. And we really don't have all that much. They did have some moonlight helping out light the thing up, but unfortunately, moonlight or not, it's not helping us, and that is what we've got going on there. Let's leave Merapi. So I don't know, Merapi did show us a little bit of a bacon, and it kind of made us happy, but you know, it's on the edge. Let's get to the next one, and that is Mount Ruapehu. And no, we're not going to see it. It's hiding behind the clouds, and it doesn't matter where we go though, time-wise it is still hiding. And if we go back to the early morning hours, still hiding. Lots of cloud there today. So let's leave Mount Ruapehu be. We'll head off to our next one, and of course that is the charts for Taupo, and we'll click on that just to see what's going on. Looks like we got just a tiny bit of noise there. Nothing really showing on this graph. Nothing to be concerned with. No imminent danger to anyone, so all cool. And this one, of course, a little further to the north. And what is it? Rangatukua, if I said it right. I am not sure. Anyway, pretty level and flat floor noise there. Nothing crazy. So leaving it back on this one, we'll close that off, go to our next shot, and of course this will be the Taupo, the volcano itself. That is the entirety of that lake, and we'll make that picture a little bit wider so you can see it. And yep, that is Taupo. The caldera is the lake. Unfortunately, too bad that we've got all that cloud over at Mount Ruapehu, and we can see right across the lake up to that mountain. But the next one behind it, kind of that whitish color, that is where Mount Ruapehu is sitting, all snow covered. Anyway, nothing major to report here. We're going to leave this site be. Just want to say thank you to Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center for this wonderful shot. And there's a plug for today. I'm going to leave it as that. We'll make it smaller and carry on with what we see. So we'll leave that guy be. that, of course, is Ruapehu, and we will go on to our next volcano, and that will be one that's not going to make us happy, I don't think, and that is, well, since that picture is up, I'll let you look at that. That one is got some rings around it, and those are lenticular clouds that have wrapped around Mount Mayon. And I thank Arizona Snowman for providing this photo as a screenshot from where he got it from. But that is awesome. Like seeing Mayon with some lenticular clouds. Pretty cool. Anyway, let's continue on here. This is the present view of Semeru, and Semeru are not looking so good. They are in the clouds, and earlier it was even worse. They had more clouds, and earlier than that it was even worse with even more clouds, and then it was even worse, and there was clouds and no light. Oh, and it doesn't really matter where we go. Back in the entire 12 hours, we were not able to see it. So let's leave that one be. Let's go to the next one. And I don't know if he's alive or not right now. Live shot. Yes, no, not live. He streamed about an hour ago. Let's take a look at that though. Right after that, a commercial is done. Okay, give me a second. There we go. And that was starting out to see Mount Mayon. That's 7 hours and 47 minutes ago, and or thereabouts. Actually, 9 hours and just about 10 hours ago. That was Mount Mayon. You can see the top there. He's trying to get the camera stabilized. We do still see those two primary flow paths from this view, so pretty awesome. Let's see if we move ahead any, does it show up better? Well, we had some more lava flow further down. Let's take a look at that. You can see some of that flowing this way, actually right there. There's some cloud over it too, so you got to remember it's he's quite a distance away from it. And having cloud over top of the lava is a little bit more difficult. It's not like having that other shot. So we do thank Lava TV Cabs for setting up his camera every night, and that is pretty awesome. And that, of course, is done with a cell phone, believe it or not. So pretty cool to be able to see that. Anyway, let's leave that one be. And we want to, if we go ahead in time, let's see if, wow, what it shows here. I don't know if it shows all that much. That is kind of just a spot. And of course, getting into further down the road here. Why is it not showing so good? Let's maybe go a little further ahead. And see, that was a twilight, and of course there you can see that lenticular cloud. And if we move ahead even further, this of course is where it's daylight already, and there you go, you can kind of see that is a beautiful shot of some very fluffy clouds around it. And let's see if that improved any. Yep, everything kind of blew away, but more important thing is you see the amount of off-gassing it's doing. So this volcano certainly has not stopped. Anyway, that's it for there. Looking at what we got for a time, we wanted to go over and take a look at our wonderful Shivelish. I don't think Shivelish is worth looking at today. It's very, very cloudy there, and I don't think we're going to bother with even having a peek. I'm just checking something here. That is okay. I got it. Right. Just trying to see where the other volcano was. Mount Mayon. Oh, you're lagging a little bit. Yeah, we were looking at Mount Mayon, but right now not seeing too much there in the Kamchatka Peninsula. This, of course, was Alaska. Great Sitkins from yesterday. Today is just horrible weather. And this is Pavlov today. Yeah, it looks the same as yesterday. So no worries there. We can leave that one be. I want to get to my next volcano, and that will be going over to Sicily if we have any kind of a view. And we have a zero view from Sicily. So there it is. One of the thermals is off, the other thermal is still working. And we do see some stars out in the background, those little lighter colored spots on the left-hand side of the upper screen. But that is it. We are not seeing anything come out of our wonderful Stromboli today. So we'll leave Stromboli be. And next one I want to go to is actually in Sicily, and that of course is Mount Etna. I wanted to see what it looked like today. Not the greatest of views, and looks like, yeah, a lot of a cloud in there. This is at 9:01 p.m. Their time. If we back up a little bit more, we do see a little bit better Etna there. And there you go. That's actually a pretty good shot because we can see the plume from the top. We're not seeing anything from here. Is there actually a plume coming up there? Don't know. And it does look like the southeast crater is erupting a little bit and providing a little extra of that wonderful ash that's coming down. Always difficult to see some of the volcanoes like this. Is just not a good view, right? We've got lots of clouds and the haze and everything else in the way, so it doesn't matter how good a video quality you have if you can't see the volcano because of clouds. It just does not do you much good. Anyway, that is our wonderful Mount Etna. So not a heck of a lot happening there. We do see a star way up there, and I'm sure that's a star too, unless there's somebody hiding out. I heard a weird noise outside, hiding out on the hill with a flashlight. Maybe it's Michael up there doing some videotaping. Who knows? Anyway, we'll leave that be for right now, and the next batch of volcanoes we wish to look at will be in Japan. So let's start out in there, and let me find Japan on the screen. No ice cream boat right now. Darn it, no ice cream boat. You gotta wait. The ice cream boat will be back. In the background, though, you have this thing. It's called our wonderful Sakurajima volcano. And Sakurajima is an interesting one because, oh, here comes the ice cream boat. We are on punctual today. All right, ice cream boat incoming. Head down to the harbor there, and you'll be able to get your ice cream. So you can be first in line. Just head down that road, down there to the lights, hang a left, and get down to the dock. They're not that far away, less than 5 minutes. Anyway, next view is, of course, the kind of a side shot. Well, it's a close-up view of Sakurajima. Unfortunately, not able to see a heck of a lot. We do see a lot of cloud on top. Some of that is coming out of the volcano. Other stuff is not. So very, very difficult to tell. If we back that up a little bit, it really didn't tell us much. We do have some birds in there at 6:52 a.m. They're cruising around, enjoying their day, I guess. Lots of birds. Okay, the movie birds are grow. Anyway, that is what we've got there. If we go back a little bit further, I thought I'd just seen some kind of lenticular cloud that formed on top of there. Well, it does look like a lenticular cloud or a layer of something. That is 5:39 a.m. And if we go back a little bit further, we see kind of a weird cloud stuff heading over top of them. But that is what we got. During the night, unable to see it because of very, very poor light. So we'll leave that as that for Sakurajima. Close-up cam, not going to see much, so I'm going to skip that one. And looks like our wonderful ASO is not going to be visible again either. So no ASO-san today. Sorry, it's a very poor visibility. They're in the fog, in the clouds. And the next one here is Asama. And Asama is definitely putting out a lot of gassy material. It certainly has continued with what it's doing. If we go here, well, it's kind of hard to see. Let's go back a little bit more. This is an hour and 26 minutes ago. That's what it was doing. So a busy volcano. And, you know, the more we watch it, we see it getting bigger and more steam coming out of there, more smoke or whatever is really emanating from there, the gases. And it's nice to see, but I'm still waiting for an eruption. Okay, and that is, cloaked, ASO cloaked in the clouds, and Nasama is being gassy. Let's do one more, and I am going to bomb this name. No, I'm going to try to pronounce this. Kushino Irabujima. Kashiro, okay, Kushni or Biji, never mind. Forget it. It's on Ryukyu Island in Japan. And it's been doing something, and I have no idea what they want to do. Okay, volcano seen from space on June 5th. A nice image, and I'm not sure what exactly they're doing with it. I tried to pronounce that. That is not good. I gotta turn Japanese before I can do that. The JMA reported that a seismic activity at the volcano has been increasing since 17th of June and still continues at this time of the updates. Approximately 100 volcanoes have occurred beneath Shindaki and Furudaki crater within the past 10 days. So another one to watch out for. It would be interesting to see if something else happened there on Ryukyu Island. And we'll be surprised at that. All right. And, you can pronounce that however you like. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 syllables in it. And you got to make it sound Japanese, so good luck. On that friendly note, it is a time to take a break, you guys. Make sure everyone got their ice cream. The ice cream boat is docked, so hopefully you did, and we're all good with that. Time for me to go and get that Pepsi. I am putting you back over here on the archive video. This, of course, from June 7th at 6:16 a.m., and that was a few hours after the massive eruption, and you can certainly see how those eruptive vents were performing at that point in time. Anyway, on that note, keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and of course hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be totally awesome. When we get back from the break, we're going to do the volcano report, and then we will carry on to earthquakes and SO2 and maybe a modified weather. We'll see if we can scrunch it down a bit tonight. On that note, I'll be back. Keep smiling. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And nice to have you all still on board. I guess we've got a few less people here, so that is okay, though. We're still going to go do our thing. Next up, of course, is earthquakes. And we will take a look real quick and see what we've got going on for our wonderful earthquakes around the world. Thank you for the welcome back from Sue. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Folks are back from siesta. Yeah, people falling asleep. I have no idea what would make them asleep. And next thing, people will say, it's my voice. I don't know why. Maybe it's quackers. And did quackers come down? Okay. Wow. Quackers is really throwing a fit there. Maybe quackers was trying to sleep too. I have no idea. Anyway, let's get over to our wonderful earthquakes. We're gonna pause our lava here, and we'll see what happens. All right. Quackers was not on the job. No, apparently not. Quackers was sleeping. Did I miss the volcano report? No, you didn't. We didn't give it. We were going to do that now. My bad. Okay. That was what was supposed to be up next. Darn it. Before the earthquakes. So let's do that. We can do it, and thanks, Sue, for the reminder. I have a soothing voice, Doc. Thanks, Alba Girl. I try to be, soothing. Anyway, all good. Late Monday's volcanic activity. We got 6 volcanoes on the list here. We'll start out with Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. New volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 2015. Fuego in Guatemala. New volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 2115. Ibu on Halmahera Island in Indonesia. Frequent discrete volcanic ash emissions to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters. That's a little shy of what we normally see, and that is from 2245 last night. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 25,000 feet, 7,600 meters, reported at 2,300. And Mayon in Luzon Island, Philippines, erupted to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 2,300 last night. Shivalash in the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, a volcanic ash to 12,000 feet or 3,700 meters, reported at 2315. And that is our yesterday's volcanoes. Sorry. It's a long list today. Yeah, I see that. 11 volcanoes for today. And Popocatépetl is first at 30 minutes after midnight. It had volcanic ash emissions continue to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, 12:30 and at the morning or 30 minutes after midnight. And then again, volcanic ash to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters reported at 10:15 as well as 16:15. So it's been a very busy volcano. Ibico, Paramasur Island, Kuril Islands in Russia, erupted to 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters and reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Suwanosejima in Japan erupted to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Ubanas in Peru, intermittent emissions reported at 1:30 a.m. See the separate email report at 6:01 a.m. and a sporadic puff to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 7:30 a.m. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters reported at 5 a.m. Weak emissions of steam and a possible light volcanic ash reported at 11:15 a.m. And here comes that hard one. So it's Kuchi Norabujima on Ryukyu Island in Japan. We've seen that separate report already. That's all cool. Mayon and Luzon Island in the Philippines erupted to eruption of volcanic ash or cloud, unknown height, 6:45 a.m. Fuego in Guatemala, possible volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 9:15 a.m. Ibu on Halmahera Island in Indonesia, frequent volcanic ash emissions to 7,000 feet, so it gained 1,000 from the earlier evening report, or 2,100 meters, and that's at 10:30 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash observed to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 1,300. And then Karangatang and Api Siau Island and North Indonesia, continuous volcanic ash emissions to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 14:30. Phew, there it is. That is one long list. All right, thank you very much for sending that in, Sue, and appreciate those wonderful volcanic reports. And what archive volcano always provides the bacon? You know, Dan, sometimes you have to do what you gotta do. And I do have a few of these files, and the one thing that I did with Kilauea this time around, of course, is to try to record a little bit more of it and not spoil everyone with everything all on the same day. So we do have some shots, but not as much as I'd like. I mean, you know, it takes a long time to record all this stuff, and you kind of got to be watching it, and you kind of don't want to you want to make sure that you don't have any yucky audio in there and things like that. So always hard. So let's carry on, though. We did say we're going to take a look at some earthquakes. We'll go around. Oh, I need to turn that lava off. Hang on. Let's turn that off. We want to save that can a little bit, and there we go. All right, let's go over to our earthquake map, and we'll have a look and see what's going on. So first off, we always check Kamchatka Peninsula, but my eye was drawn to this out here in the Sea of Japan, and that is a 5.8, and Primoria is what it is called, and that is Russia, and that is actually in the Sea of Japan, but Russian waters. So that's what we've got there, and that looks pretty cool. From 1738, 442 kilometers down. That's quite a distance down, but part of the Sea of Japan, but close to the Russian coast. Anyway, nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and as we slide across here, we are seeing pretty much nothing really super big or new. We got a 3.8 here in Swentna, Alaska, and that is about the biggest one out of the batch. Sliding down a little bit, looking for more. Not seeing too much. We see another one out here in Texas, 3.3, nothing too big. We do have this one, and it's very close to the Venezuela-Colombia border, but 4.5 from 4:55 a.m., 152.1 kilometers down. Next one down a little bit closer to Ecuador, and that is a 5.1 from 8:07 a.m., 36.6 kilometers down for him. And moving down a little bit more, Salta, Argentina, 4.4 from 1418, 532.1 kilometers down. Next one in Chile, 4.6, and that is from 4:02 a.m., 65.4 kilometers down. And of course, our wonderful South Sandwich Islands. And hang on, which one's a microvolcano? This one or that one? I think this one. I'm not 100% sure which one it was, but there's a whole row of them there, and we know that they do erupt on occasion. And microvolcano, of course, being our featured volcano there for today. I'm going to try to find more information on it. Anyway, we don't see anything new in New Zealand there, and looks like our Kermadec Ridge area is a little quieter today as well. Nothing new in those what I call hotspots. This one here, 4.3, they're considering that Fiji from 2:58 a.m., 508.5 kilometers down. The other one also considered to be Fiji, 4.5 from 11:43, 574.3 clicks down for that guy. And moving over here, we see one in the Loyalty Island region, 4.8 from 15:43, 10 kilometers down for that guy. Moving over, Papua New Guinea has got this one, a 4.9, and that is 9:18 a.m., 130.8 kilometers down. We see a bigger one here in Banda Sea, and that is a 5.0, 10:55 a.m. our time, 125.1 kilometers down. And moving over, we see this one, and that's a let's see, I want to see, there's a Bali there, East Java area there. So yeah, that's 4.8 on Lombok, Indonesia is what they're calling it, or south thereof. And 12:58 our time, 10 kilometers down for that guy. Don't see anything else going up here, nothing in the middle. We do have one more quake here. That is a 4.5, and the Volcano Islands in Japan, 4:05 a.m., and 94.4 kilometers down. We've already talked about this. Primoria. Primoria is the name of that area, and that is for Russian stuff. 1738 for that 5.8, fairly a good sized shaker there. Just a quick zoom out. I don't see anything else on the Indian ridges down on the bottom. Zoom back in. This one looks like it's in Tajikistan, maybe. No, Afghanistan. Close to the border there. Anyway, 4.6, and that was yesterday's at 23:15, 129.2 kilometers down for that. Moving over, we don't see anything else on this map. There, and it looks like a mid-Atlantic ridge is clear as well. We do still see the remnants of those two up there near the North Pole, so all good. And other than that, it looks pretty calm. Let's zoom into Hawaii real quick. We'll see how many quakes we have. Actually looks pretty quiet today. Nothing over Kilauea at all. Nothing. And that is really calming down. That is disappointing. I'm hoping we're going to see some more activity. Anyway, we do have a few here in the Pahala area. Let's go through those. We got a 1.9, 10:04 a.m. You can take 3 hours off of that time that I give you and get real Hawaiian time. So 7:04 a.m. for that one. 33.1 clicks down for him. And this one is a 2.0 from 3:34 a.m. our time, and 32.1 clicks down. And moving over a little closer to Pahala, we've got a 1.9, 8:15 is the time on that, 34.2 kilometers down. Next one is 2.1 from 7:42 a.m., 30.5 kilometers down, and a 1.9 from 9:04 in the morning, so 6:04 Hawaii time. 34.8 kilometers down for that 1.9. Next one is a 2.3 from 9:43, 30.3 kilometers down. And then we got a couple more over here, I think. There's a 2.4 from 2:03 a.m., 30.6 clicks down, and the other one is 2.3 from 1620 today at 53.9 kilometers down. And that is it for our Hawaiian quakes. And we did those fairly quick, so let's leave that be. I'm going to zoom that back out and see, there's our world, of course. And interesting, but nothing really crazy. Let's have a quick look at what we've got in La Palma, if there's anything new happening. And just a quick peek at the Canary Islands in general. We do see this one up here on the East Azores Ridge. That was from the 25th, of course, 2.4, so a little bit older. Not going to worry about that one so much. Zooming into the Canary Islands here, we do see that activity in between Tenerife and Gran Canaria, and that is the newest one there from 23, 24, 1.5 for that area. Not so worried about them. Let's take a look at what we've got happening here, and we see this guy, and of course it's showing 4 kilometers down for that. It's a 1.1, 4 kilometers down, 2:29 a.m., and that is in a position where that might have been some lava flow pressure, because that came all the way across there, so that would be an area that is impacted by some heavy lava sitting on top of it, and likely a compression quake. The other ones were older, and we don't need to worry about them so much. A 1.4, 14 kilometers down from the 25th at 1507, and the other one was from 1210, and they are just about in the identical spot. They're right up top on that ridge. And then you had the one out on the water from the 25th as well, from a 141, and it's a 1.4, 28 kilometers down, quite deep. All right, let's leave that there. I'm going to put it back under this map so I can find it again when I look for it. And Sue says, 1 minute warning. How about I put you back over here on the cam lava? For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, now is your opportunity. It's absolutely free. Doesn't cost you much, just a little effort, a tiny little effort, and hit that button and make me smile. And on the other note, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, please consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On those friendly little words, it's time for me to take a break. Don't go away. We've got SO2 map coming up, and here's some music in the meantime. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. And glad to have you all on board still. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And let's see. Yeah, we are back up to 21 people. All right. I hear you, DrFox2000. Quack. Or something like that. Oh, there. Okay, calm down, quackers. And we'll see. Thanks, Alba Girl, for the welcome back. And let's get over to our SO2 map, because that's what's next up. And we will go here. All right, let's zoom in and see. And looks like we've got more distinctive areas. This low seems to be turning around here in the western side of the Kamchatka Peninsula, pulling a lot of that SO2 out that way, which is good in a way, because that'll wash it out of the air real quick. Anyway, up here looks like Shivelish was doing its thing. Not sure which volcano was actually producing that. Could be Klyashevskoy. And looks like there's some other activity on some of the other ones. So that is from the Russian peninsula there, Kamchatka. So we'll leave that be. Sliding over into Alaska, looking pretty clear. Most of northern portions of Canada look pretty darn clear too. British Columbia has some new fires burning, and that is what we're seeing there. And looks like northern portions of Alberta still has a couple of forest fires doing their thing as well. Same thing goes with what we see here between Manitoba and Saskatchewan's border area. hopefully they'll get those under control. Sliding a little further to the east, and we see northern Ontario, a couple of fires up there, and we see that massive stuff in Quebec is still going on. It hasn't let up yet, and of course that circulation is kind of weird. It's pulling it down and going right back up, so hopefully that will continue to go back up rather than come down and get the good people down here. Looks like pretty clear over here in Labrador, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia, as well as New Brunswick and PEI. So they're doing okay. And while we're looking at it, looks like the Great Lake regions are really not that bad either. Same thing with the eastern portions of the U.S. Some heavier areas there around Washington up to New York City. That area in there, a little bit in Pennsylvania, of course, bottom end. Looks like not so good there in Raleigh, Grandma B. You got higher SO2 levels. Not good for you. And then we see this pretty clear down there in Florida, and pretty clear in western Canada. We are seeing some flows kind of working their way in here. Not sure exactly what the heck is actually going on with all of those. That looks like old Hawaiian stuff, and that may be what is going on there. But this is kind of weird. Why is this pulling down from, where is it coming from? I wonder if that's coming from that fire or some other fires there in British Columbia. Anyway, we'll see. We do see Mexico City and Popocatépetl, lots of SO2 going out into the water area. Not seeing so much come from Hawaii, so that is a good sign. Still some residual stuff out there, though. The Central American ones are not overly bad. We do see Guatemala and, of course, Honduras area, as well as what we see there in Nicaragua and Costa Rica. Navidad del Rio still working away there with his buddy. And sliding down here a little bit, we see this sitting out here. I'm wondering if that came from Sabancaya. I'm not 100% sure, but we do see a pretty steady a bit of SO2 higher levels there in Chile, and then of course that drifting over into our wonderful where we got it, Argentina, Buenos Aires getting it, Uruguay as well, and Paraguay getting some of that. And this, I'm still assuming, is some kind of fire going on here in the Amazon. Same thing with over there, some burning season or something. Looks like Rio's got a little higher level over there as well. Looking right down to the bottom end, though, we don't see a heck of a lot. Now I gotta zoom in here and see. It is that volcano. That is Michael Volcano. So if you're counting, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 from the top, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the bottom. So kind of stuck in the middle. Michael Volcano there. And moving over, taking a look at New Zealand, we see a white volcano. That circulation has moved a little bit. It is drawing the SO2 away from them. Yay! And looks like not too much coming from the oil refineries down by Melbourne. The coking plants north of Sydney is still doing their thing. Pretty hard to tell with this circulation. Tofua is still continuing there. And looks like Yasur is doing its thing, not quite as heavy, but over here Ioba and Agawa still working away, and you can see the circulation being drawn over top of Fiji, so they are expecting or experiencing a little higher SO2 levels. Papua New Guinea pretty much normal. We do see Luotalak doing its thing, and it's dissipating before it gets into Australia. And then seeing this, that's from Semiru, of course. Not seeing anywhere near as much coming from Merapi today. So its SO2 level is down. Jakarta, of course, is still doing its thing. And then there is Krakatau. And that is definitely putting out some gas. Looking at that plume, it's kind of a weird the way the wind is kind of mulling around here every which way. Hard to tell what's going on there on Sumatra, but Kerinci and Mayon producing that. And then of course you get up here, this is who is that that's up here? I forgot now. Oh my God, Cinnabung, what's your name? Oh, hang on, that's Cinnabung, never mind. Anyway, all good. Moving over, we do see Boo and Dakolo doing their thing on that wonderful island that I have such a hard time pronouncing. I will leave that be. And here we see our wonderful, what is it? The city, Manila. And of course we have Taal. What? Merapi, not Mayon? Oh, come on. I said Merapi. Merapi. Marapi. Marapi. Over here. Marapi. Not Mayon. Maybe I said it. I'll have to take a look. Sorry, Sue. Miscorrect me. All good. Good thing you're here, Sue. That'll keep us straight. Anyway, this Short volcano over here is producing some, and then of course the city of Manila definitely throwing out a whole bunch of SO2. And then over here we have Mayon, not Marapi. Oh, you'll go back to sleep? Hey, no sleeping on the job. You're supposed to be there correcting us. Russia, what? I get their butts kicked. Even Japan's in. We'll see what happens. Anyway, Mayon and Bulasan, they are over here, not Marapi. It's okay. No worries, Sue. It's all good. All good. No panic. Taiwan, pretty heavy today as far as the output, and we are still seeing some output from our wonderful, what is it, Sakurajima, and I got to be careful. I don't want to say the wrong name about this one. Is from Sakurajima. And looks like ASO is taking the day off. Not very much from ASO, and that is what we're seeing there. But moving up a little bit more, we do see there is Tokyo. It produces a bit of SO2, but we see this plume here. That is from Asama, Suwanoshijima, and what? Oh, you're making me say that bad word again. I'm going to have to practice that one tonight for a little while. That what is it? Kushinorabujima. Oh, I need 2 extra tongues and another set of teeth to be able to pronounce that properly, and a couple of weeks of practice. Anyway, we already looked at the Kamchatka Peninsula, so we're going to leave that alone, and we will leave Mayon be quiet over here. Mayon, you stay right there in the Philippines. Don't move over here to Indonesia. Sue will get upset at us. And all right, let's do this. That's the order up the islands. The island order. Mahalo for the tea, and thank you, Sue. Looks like there's another rain circulation happening there in India, and it is clearing a lot of that SO2 out of the air. We do see some heavy stuff here in South Africa. They must be producing a lot of gold. And Democratic Republic of the Congo doing its thing with its two wonderful volcanoes there. As well as we are not able to see Urtael, still seeing Grandma B says, I'm heading to bed too. I had a busy day. Good night, Grandma B. You take care and thank you for being here. We appreciate you, and rest well, please. And we'll see you on tomorrow's stream. The darker areas here, of course, oil refineries for Saudi Arabia, and then Kuwait and Iraq, and it doesn't look like too much happening in Iran. They might be getting some rain there with that circulation. Hopefully they are. And moving along a little bit more, we do see up top here, and we have our wonderful Mount Stromboli. Let's see, did they actually get some pictures? Yeah, they got that one earlier. That was when? At 20:25 today. So, yeah, it's been erupting a little bit now and again, but for the most part, it was bad weather there for those guys. Anyway, looking at Mount Etna, quite a bit of SO2 output. We know Stromboli is adding to it. We can see a little bit from Volcano as well. So that is pretty cool. Looks like the rest of the areas are pretty good. Looks like Portugal and Spain and France, and out here in Sardinia, they're all good. A little bit in Germany, not that bad, the same as Holland and Belgium, but very light levels, and that includes all of these other ones, Slovakia and Hungary, and what other countries we got? Austria, Chechnya, and then of course, yeah, Poland. We got Denmark looking pretty clean. Most of Norway, Sweden, and Finland are not bad as well. Same thing with England and Wales and what's that? Scotland up here. What's that called? No, never mind. Ireland up there as well. That's doing all right, and nothing major there in our wonderful Iceland. But we do see this wild circulation here. We'll have to see what that looks like on the other map. Let's go there and take a quick peek. We'll get that loaded up, and we'll just start it out, and we'll see. I know it's about 5 minutes to break time, so let's maybe get Canada and the Alaskan areas in. 22, 23 degrees up there in Alaska. Wow, beautiful temperatures for those folks, and I'm sure they are enjoying it. Getting over into the Yukon, similar temperatures, maybe not quite as warm up in the top there, but definitely down along the border. And then we see some heavier temperatures in southern portions and of Northwest Territories, and not as crazy at 28, 29 degrees. They are actually getting a nice summer, and you can see that. It's pretty awesome. And that goes all the way up just about right to the shoreline, and that is pretty good, and even into Nunavut and up onto some of the other islands. So pretty awesome temperatures. And let's see, Vancouver coming in at about 18 and to about 22 degrees. Over on the other side on the rock for Bob, somewhere around 21, 22, 23. That's not bad. Checking Osoyoos real quick. The desert area, Osoyoos sitting at 30 degrees. Oliver also at 30. And we see some 32s in here just before Penticton. So pretty awesome for those guys. Kelowna a little bit cooler at 21 degrees. Let's zoom out a little bit more and take a look. Lethbridge coming in at about 26, Calgary at 22, and Edmonton sitting at 24 degrees right now. Feels warmer in here though, because we had some heavy heat. At 25 there for Kananaskis country in Swift Current. Moving over a little bit more, we see a Winnipeg sitting at 23 degrees, and the Judy M's area there anywhere from about 21 to 24. Pretty awesome weather. And looking at northern Manitoba, they are seeing beautiful weather up there too, 22, 23 degrees. Northern Ontario looking pretty awesome as well. And it gets a little cooler here for some reason. A little bit of leakage coming out between the systems, and that is because of that high drawing down that cold air from Hudson's Bay. Toronto coming in at about 17 degrees. A quick peek at London sitting at about 15. Detroit about 17 as well. And Chicago sitting at 18. Milwaukee about 19. So not bad temperatures for those areas for this time of day. We got 21 in Montreal. We got about 18 there in Quebec City. And it looks like from about 13 on up to about 22 there in New Brunswick. Cole Harbour, I don't know yet, but that's coming. 15 there in Halifax. We do see the southern portion and the northern coast there up to 20 degrees. There's a 21 in there as well. 16 there for Sioux. That is not bad, and that's awesome. Thanks, Sioux. Looking at Avalon Peninsula, anywhere from 8 to about 10, and looking at the rest of Newfoundland, we do see it about 10 to about 16 degrees. And moving over into Labrador, we see the coastal areas here, not bad. Get up north though, starts getting cold, so 16, 17 degrees there, that kind of stuff. And then you get up in the north and you see 3 and 4s, and the same thing with the northern portion of Quebec here. Let's see, are we at break time? It is a break time, and we'll take a break, and we will come back and we will look at the U.S. weather and the hot spots there, and then we'll keep going. I do want to kind of modify it here, so I'm going to try to finish it within the next half hour and get myself some dinner. I'm hungry. I need to eat. You know, that's one of those things. Anyway, let's throw you back on that wonderful canned lava for right now. That is archive footage from Helaumo crater there in Hawaii. And of course, you can enjoy that. That's the big island, Kilauea. Anyway, the big island, Hawaii, but it's Kilauea, the volcano. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet, and also if you have not yet subscribed, consider doing that. I'm going to go take a break. Here comes the music. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. I think we should be sending the duck on his way. He's got too comfortable in a duck's computer. Yeah, you know, that duck is, I have no idea. I just hope he, oh, there he is. I just hope he doesn't bring friends along. That would really, really mess us up. You know, what if we had 20 or 30 or so ducks all at the same time? We'd really be in trouble. It would be nothing but ducks on here. And what would we do with that? You know, I hope that doesn't happen. I seriously hope that doesn't happen. Anyway, let's carry on with the weather because I'm afraid that we're going to be invaded with ducks one day, and hopefully it won't happen. Duck problem. Yep, duck the problem. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue, and what a duck problem. Welcome back from Alba Girl, and yeah, we're going to have a duck problem. I think we'll see what happens. Anyway, I paused that video. We're going to go over to the weather map. Take a look at the United States, and Kathy says, I don't like the duck sound. It's sharp and loud. Oh, okay. And Dr. Fox, lava you all. Okay. Yeah, that darn duck is just, you know, a pain. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Okay, that is better, almost. Anyway, looking at what we've got here, let's take a little zoom in and see what we got. Portland sitting at about 24, 25 degrees. San Jose down here a little cooler at only 15. San Francisco showing at 14. The other side of the pond there about 18 and 19, not bad. Redding sitting up at 32. And Bakersfield about 30. Los Angeles sitting at 21, 22 degrees. Death Valley coming in somewhere around 39 or 40 degrees. 39 is what the official is. 41 is what we see there. Anything warmer I don't see, so we'll leave that be. Las Vegas about 34 degrees right now. Mexicali sitting at 35, and they've got about 38 over there. In the other places, getting over to Phoenix, my God, look at this, 38 going all the way across, 38 degrees in Phoenix, and that is hot. 37 in Tucson, Arizona, and 27 in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We see some more of that 38 degree weather sitting there. Might even be a little hotter along the border. No, up to 38, and in San Antonio 34, Houston 31, Austin 32, and Dallas coming in at 32 as well. Oklahoma City is sitting at about 29 degrees. Little Rock, Arkansas, a little bit cooler at 25, and moving down to New Orleans, and we see 33 degrees for them. Looking at Atlanta real quick, 25 there. Miami coming in at 29, and our wonderful Orlando. Where's that David Brewer? Anyway, 28 degrees there. We got about 26 in Jacksonville. Moving up through South Carolina, it's not bad. Charleston 28 degrees. Charlotte, North Carolina 25. And Grandma B's house, she's got 24 degrees to deal with. 22 there at Virginia Beach, Washington about 21, Baltimore 20, Philadelphia 20, going up and seeing 21 in New York, and Boston holding at 20 as well. Awesome temperatures. Let's see what we've got hiding in here. There's got to be, there's a 39 I see so far. Oh, a 40, and we had to 41 in the Death Valley, so not quite Mexico. You tried, but not quite. 40 degrees for those guys. Mexico City at 20, 21, 19, depending on where you're pointing your hamster, and not quite as hot there either in the southern Mexican area. Cancun coming in at about 27. Acapulco sitting at 30. And Central America, not bad. And we see the Chilean area not quite as hot today, up to about 29 degrees. Same thing with over here in Venezuela. But calmer, cooler temperatures for them. Amazon River Basin up to 28 degrees in some places, but averaging between 26 and 28. Looks like the eastern portions and southeastern areas of Brazil a little bit on the cool side. Rio de Janeiro only sitting at 20. We got 13 in Sao Paulo. Not bad in Peru. And looks like, well, not bad for wintertime weather there in Paraguay. Not so bad either. And let's see, Paysandu coming in about 15. Buenos Aires a little cooler at 12. We'll leave that be. We see some very cold temperatures, -6 there. So likely some snow happening and down here. Even colder, -5, -7, -8. Yep, and that is what we got going on there. Let's have a quick look at New Zealand. Christchurch sitting at about 11. Coastal areas here on the eastern side about the same. Single digits over on the western side. Wellington sitting at 13. And Hastings coming in at about 13 as well. Taupo sitting at about 11 degrees. The Bay of Plenty anywhere from about, well, it looked like 13 to about 16 is the temperature that we're seeing through there. And we got 14 in Auckland, and about 14 is the highest that we're seeing on the peninsula. Moving over real quick, looking at Tasmania, 9, 8 in Hobart. 1 or 2, -1. Not good for those guys, but that's what we're seeing. Highest temp is about 10. And I hear funny noise out there in the tree. It is not a magpie. Oh, I see the bird. I wonder what kind of bird that is. Okay, I'm not sure. A different bird. Bird is the word. 11 in Melbourne and 11 in Adelaide. Canberra are coming in about 6 or 7. Sydney is sitting at 11. That's not very good. But Oz has got 22 degrees there in her Brisbane. And we see up to 30. Maybe a little higher there. 30 in the northern parts. There's a 31. So, yeah, about a 31 for the highest portions. And then, of course, we got a high sitting over on the other side on top of Perth. They, too, have about 11 degrees. Moving along, looking at what we see here in Fiji, up to 27 degrees, 24 to about 27. Vanuatu about the same as a normal. Same thing with our wonderful New Caledonia. Actually, looks like about 21 to about 23 degrees is the maximum there. Papua New Guinea looking okay, up to 32 degrees in some places. So pretty normal for them. Eastern Indonesia as well. And moving along here, looking at Java, we see 26, 27, 29, 30. Yeah, so they're doing all right. Bali sitting at somewhere around, about 25 to about 27, 28 degrees as well. So not bad for them. And about the same for most of Sumatra. And going up and looking at Bangkok real quick, we see about 30, 31 degrees there in Bangkok. They've got some excellent temperatures. Over here in Manila, sitting at 29, and there are some spots a little bit warmer than that in the Philippines, though, but not by much, and that is all cool. We see about 30 on that island, and of course this one here is for Hong Kong, 30 degrees. Shanghai coming in about 30 as well. Looking at Kagoshima sitting at 28 right now. Nice weather. And we see about 31 in Tokyo. Wow, that is a pretty big change. Sapporo sitting at about 25 degrees. Kamchatka Peninsula, we're still seeing some wonderful summertime temperatures for them, up to 27 degrees, and the lowest I can see is about 10 on here. So they are doing excellent, and we do see some heavy heat in Siberia as well, up to 32 degrees. That's pretty phenomenal for those guys. Delhi coming in at about 27, 28. Jakarta coming in about 27 there. And as we keep moving over, looking, Madagascar still fairly cool. Same thing with the southern portions of Africa, 12 in Cape Town. Moving up a little bit, looking for warmer areas, and looks like the Sahara Desert has got a few hot spots, but still no 41 degrees. So looks like Death Valley is the hot place to be. We are seeing up to 33 degrees. What do we got over here? 34, 36. So that is over in Saudi Arabia. 33 or thereabouts in UAE, and then we've got up to about 30 or so degrees in Oman. Same thing goes for Yemen. Moving up a little bit more, we see Cairo sitting at 23 right now. Baghdad coming in at 28. Riyadh is about 30. So they've got some temperature. And 37 is about 38 is the highest I see there in the Sahara Desert. Looking at what we've got there in Turkey, it's not bad, but still not the greatest. 20 or 19, 20 in Malatya. We see Adana coming in at about 24. Piggy's Place is coming in about 23 degrees, 24 degrees. That is not bad. And we see Athens sitting at about 20. And next one we take a look at, I've got, let's see, about 15, 16 out at Redanzo. And that is what we're seeing there. That is pretty close. Catania is 23 right now. Let's zoom out a little bit and move up. And see Naples coming in at 23. Rome is 21 degrees. And sliding up to Milano, 20 up in the north, up near the Alps. And looking at some of the spots, starting to warm up a little bit again in Spain, 23 in Madrid right now. Lisbon at about 19 or 20 degrees. Aurelio's house only 15, but hey, that's still not bad for nighttime. 16 at Nantes for our wonderful Tanto, and 16 in Paris as well. Munich is sitting at about 13. Frankfurt is 16. Cologne 15. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 14. Brussels about 15. OFU Lux is enjoying his days at 14, 15 or 16 degrees there in Luxembourg. Amsterdam coming in about 15, and we see the lowest about 12, highest about 16 there in Holland. And we see Berlin coming in at 12. Hamburg is sitting at 13. Copenhagen coming in about 15. Aarhus is about 12 degrees. Oslo coming in about 13. Stockholm 14. St. Petersburg 15. Moscow coming in at 15 as well. Looking at what we see in London, 18 degrees. Wow. And Wales is just as hot. And we see 17 in Leeds. Glasgow coming in about 13, 14. Aberdeen sitting at 15. And slightly cooler in the Highlands of Scotland, but not by much. We do see Dublin is sitting at about 16, 17. And that would be, let's see, I'm trying to see if they're all 16 there. Yeah, that's about right there, Sue. Thank you. And that is all okay. And Iceland, of course, has got this massive low here, pulling up that warmer air, trying to warm it up, but also give it rain. And we see about 10 degrees or so there at Reykjavik. So that is all pretty nice. And let's leave that be. Quick peek at the precipitation. And we're going to do this fairly quick. We do see a bunch of rain up in Alaska. And up here in the Amazon, not the Amazon, The Mackenzie River Valley has got a bunch of thunderstorms going on and going into the Yukon. Moving slightly further south here, looks like here in the Rockies and the Alberta foothills, we've got some storms and rain happening there. Same thing with the interior of British Columbia, isolated stuff. North of Calgary, they've got a little bit of a storm happening there. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't too bad until you get over towards the Manitoba border. Northern Manitoba definitely has got some big thunderstorms. Southern areas have sporadic stuff. And Ontario's got a few spots of thunderstorms as well. Then we get into the southern portions of Ontario. We see some isolated storms, small ones here, but lots of them. And then looking at Quebec, wow, lots of storms coming through there. Sue, get yourself ready. You're going to have some storms heading your way. Looks like we are seeing a bunch of storms and rain, and we even see it there in Newfoundland, as well as Labrador getting nailed right now. A little bit of rain there for Sue in her area. Let's work our way down the coast. We see New York areas definitely getting hit hard. And let's see, who else? Well, we do have, the state of New York as well as New York City as well. Philadelphia is getting nailed too. We see this system off the coast here. Hopefully that will continue to dissipate a little bit. And, oh, now I hear a squirrel. A squirrel is demanding a cookie. Okay, looking at the time here, we do see still got a little bit of time. I should give the squirrel a cookie though, because the magpies usually steal it. Looks like a little bit in Florida on the Panhandle and out by Jacksonville. We speaking of Jacksons, there's Jackson there in is at Mississippi, and of course some in Louisiana. A little bit of stuff happening there. Texas is not bad. Oklahoma, northern end, getting into Kansas, and we see some storm activity there, as well as here in New Mexico, moving up a little bit. We do see in Iowa, and of course North and South Dakota, and some stuff over there in Minnesota, and of course looking at the northwestern states, Washington, Idaho, and of course Montana, as well as getting into Wyoming, some stuff there for them. Central America, yep, a rainy season, all kinds of it from Mexico City on down, and the Amazon is kind of the cutoff for that one. We'll leave that be. Going down here, we see Buenos Aires, and we do see this storm coming in here. Paysandu is not in the rain, so that is all good. So southern portions of Brazil and northern Uruguay are getting it. So down here, looking at the Chilean coastline and Argentina, they are definitely getting some stuff there. Moving over to New Zealand, looks like most of this stuff is finally getting over, and they'll be getting just some smaller rain clouds, that kind of thing, and that is okay. And not the big torrential storms they've been seeing. Looks like up here in Tonga area, they are probably going to start clearing out as well. Papua New Guinea, the islands are all getting a little bit there from what we see. Looking at Tasmania, well, coastal areas getting a little bit, but we have some rain there in Australia, and that is what they want. They want some rain. They need that rain. That rain is important to grow crops. Indonesia, of course, depending on where you are, a variable weather. The smaller islands here definitely getting a bunch. And over here by Singapore, we know that is a pretty much, well, a wet spot. and then we get up here into Thailand and those areas. Some rain there as well, and the Philippines. Philippines is rain, and we like rain, right, Philippines? And looking at Japan, we see the western coast is getting nailed, and in the Sea of Japan there's some storm activity. Then it crosses out over into the Pacific and comes up on the bottom end of the Kuril Islands, but still scooting along most of Japan, and then going back up into Russia. So that is Russia up there. And looking at what we've got in India and Bangladesh, those areas, Myanmar, what I mentioned, it's the rainy season. It is, and that's what they're seeing. Some rain down in South Africa as well. That is probably needed, and central regions are definitely getting a bunch of rain as well. Sahara pretty dry. Looks like Piggy's place is dry, and no storms or anything coming. And again, we are seeing different places here. Northern portions of Italy are getting that thunderstorms in there. Then we've got Austria and of course bottom end of Germany, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Holland all getting some rain as well. Looks like the rest of most of Germany is not bad. Getting over into Poland, we see that area up in the north there getting some, and then of course this mess going into Russia. That's okay. And we do see this band here. I don't know what that's going to end up doing. It looks like some of it is going to head to the east, and not bad in England. Scotland's got some rain, and western portions of our wonderful Ireland have some rain. And here's that low I was talking about, sitting off the bottom coast or southern coast of Iceland. And look at that mess. You pick the place. It's got all kinds of rain and snow and heavy rain and everything else included. So that is what we've got. Still some ice rain out there in the Greenland Sea, and of course some snow in Greenland. Now I'm concerned about this. I hope this dissipates a little bit, and I hope this dissipates as well, this storm, because if that goes too far north, well, that looks like right now the way that's moving is going to come over top of New York, and hopefully nothing too bad is going to happen there. Let's get back over to temperatures, and we'll find the lowest temperature on the planet. So far we found the highest temperature in Death Valley at 41 degrees Celsius, and that is really not that high. We are seeing 73 so far, 74 there in Antarctica, minus 74 that is. And let's see what we can find here. There's a minus 73, 75. Let's see what we can find in that area, minus 77. And yep, I see a minus 77 so far as the coldest temperature. And I don't see a minus 78, just 77. And that is right in there. We'll zoom in a little bit and try to spot where that really cold stuff is. There's a 77. Do we have a 78? There's a minus 78 degrees Celsius. Do we have a minus 79? We do have a minus 78. And no, I think we're going to have to live with that. Minus 78 degrees Celsius is what I'm calling. So, and that is it. If anyone has anything colder, I tied with Sue again. Oh my God, it's another tie. Sue, that is a minus 78 degrees Celsius. Doc, fine, so yeah, minus 78 degrees in Celsius, and his fingers froze to the hamster. All right, how do we get that off? Oh, pour Pepsi on it. All right, no worries. And a nice tie, C&D boy. And awesome. Okay, let's undo that, and we'll zoom that out a bunch and get it back to a normal view. And hopefully we won't see too many bad storms in the eastern side of the United States. I don't like seeing those. Anyway, on those friendly notes, I think we need to get back over to our wonderful lava there in, where's that? That's Halima crater in Hawaii. And of course, I don't know how much is left in that wonderful lava can. Let me double check. It says about 26 minutes. I backed it up and got 29 minutes. All right, nice toasty lava. Yeah, after that cold experience in the south there, it's definitely time to warm up. I'm going to wrap up the show here now, though, and I want to say a big thank you first off to all of you who are here, all of you who have visited, and I appreciate you coming in. I want to say a big thank you first off to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and a CND Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. And thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. And thanks, Arizona Snowman, for providing that screenshot of Mayon. That is okay. And I want to say a big thank you to our super chatters, and that was Piggy and Paul Williams and Piggy again, and the one gifting from Scott Hartman. Thank you. Do appreciate that wonderful support, you guys. Thank you very kindly. Big thank you to Sue for providing the volcano report and other reports that she sends in. Thank you very much, Sue. Appreciate that. And on those notes, it's time to basically shut things down, or just get into that end process. For those good people who are still here, thank you. We do appreciate it, whether you're a member or not. You're still part of that wonderful lava family, and we appreciate every one of you. Take care, be good, be kind, and please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, and oink oink!
Quack.